Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? The green color seems alien to me. If it's any consolation, we're down 33 cents. What's up, lateralists? Drank all night? Working on the indicator, about to publish it. To Trading View for everyone to enjoy. I've been reading your updates. I just haven't had time to follow up with you, Aaron. But it looks cool. Think there's a spy play to be made today? Maybe. That spy play. I got stopped out of my spies last night, didn't I? Fuck. Yeah. Did I get stopped out of my cat position? I did not. Um, I think Moderna's gonna have some downside today. No one's really watching this. Visa's looking good for possibly a bounce on the EMA 30. Maybe this is the entry I've been waiting for. That's gonna be really dependent on the SPY though. AMD looks like it's going in for a bounce. See how that looks on the 1 hour. That looks good. Baba, I don't know if I trust it today. Um, XRT's slow, steady, but coming back up. Anything else? CRTX. Hmm. This I'm not too sure about. 23andMe looks like garbage right now. Um, oh, there might be like a bounce on Tesla to play also. I don't know how strong that would be though. Don't love it. How do you select a stop? Is it by percentage? You can do it by percentage or by price. Any comments on the post that said you're a shill because you're encouraging your fans to buy 510s? Yeah, a bunch of screen caps taken from people who aren't me, um, out of context, are in no fucking way evidence of malfeasance. Neither is the assignment of a narrative to things I have said that are also taken out of context. So it's a bullshit hit piece that should not be allowed on the sub, as the evidence it presents is biased and the statements it makes are speculative at best. It's like reading an alternate reality, like a reality where I do the opposite of basically everything I do. When they mentioned your Ko-Fi 250K, what mean? Oh, this. If you guys weren't aware, I mean, no one's ever signed up for it, but I guess they're giving me an opportunity to advertise it that I shouldn't pass up on. Um, you can become a supreme pontiff of VWAP and join oneness with our holiest of ladies, praise be to VWAP, for $250,000. I think I'll probably maybe add an even higher level now. Praise be. Fucking assholes. Um, hmm. Quite a bit of gamma on that ramp. I would probably feel guilty if someone bought it. I think I could reverse it though if someone did. I'm not interviewing you, Moonwind. Stop taking my money. Thank you, Bear Power. I appreciate that. Shilbo Baggins. Did anybody see Wall Street Bets person a $2.5 million position in GME with Robinhood? Yeah. I can't believe anybody with that amount of money would put it in that fucking brokerage. Did you see the guy Fox guy? That guy's a moron too. He got banned from Superstock and now he's posting on some other account, which is ban dodging, which is like a violation of Reddit's terms of service. I hope MOASS happens so this ends up being last New Year's Eve that I ever have to work. I'm refinancing and selling my house to buy your 250K monthly Ko-Fi. Oh, if you do, Johnny A, make sure that you make it from Kenneth Griffin. Red day for the market today. Tax loss harvesting. That can go both ways. Also reporting for many hedge funds to their investors. Why the fuck would anybody ever give me $250,000? It's a fucking joke. If people are gonna pull money out of their PPP loans and their fucking home mortgages, they're probably gonna buy more GameStop with it. I like to imagine somewhere there's a whiteboard with buy Pickles silence for a day, $250,000 under potential strats for managing sentiment. No, post MOASS, if anyone buys it, the money is going to charity. We already discussed this. We're using it for single moms housing. Let's face it, that's how you get paid from BlackRock via $250,000 co-fis. Yeah, because they wouldn't pay me with like a W-2. These people think it like fucking hedge funds of the CIA. Do you typically wait a few minutes before buying options at market open? It depends on the market open. Shit. Oh wait, I was supposed to buy the Tesla bounce. Ah, give me my zero. Fuck off, Weeble. Hold on. Ooh, maybe I should wait. Waiting. What's AMD doing? Ooh, there it goes. That's what I'm fucking talking about. GameStop came right back up. Happy New Year. Thanks for the countless hours you've invested in the community this year. Here's to Moassy ROI in 2022. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Hold on, guys. I know you want to see GameStop, but this is a delicate situation I've put myself in. GameStop just doing weird gap ups. Just no. There we go. Is Tesla like the roulette table for you and you can't pass it up every day? No. XRT calls are up 200% today. That's fucking awesome, Velvet Jupiter. What's up with the DDS options chain? They just had a $15 per share dividend and it split the chain. And so it's pretty screwy. Happy New Year's to everyone, and thanks, Girk, for the wisdom tooth. Cheers to all. Thank you so much, Bear Power. I appreciate it. There we go. Give me my tendies, Elon. Is that all the right candles? There we go. A wise man said yesterday, when you get the feeling that dumping of money into the market, don't. Yeah. That was me. I said that. Oh, son of a bitch. $7 calls a decent. Seven calls a decent amount. Max strike 250. I mean, it's 700 shares of GameStop, dude. That's that's like far more than most people own. Usually there's 1,700 people in this live chat. What do we got today? We got like 800 something. We're not having a popular day. If you guys could, yeah, hit the like or don't, whatever. If only you had someone else's $250,000 to YOLO. I'd YOLO all of it. Oh, I think I like this as much. Is it better to YOLO the 250K or sell CSPs and buy shares at the premiums? That's up to you, man. One is obviously way safer than the other. People were disheartened to learn that you can't predict the future. Really? Oh. If you're up 200% on out of the money calls, would it be smart to take profits and roll them down and out? Interesting. I mean, probably. That's like 2x. Donut doing bullish things this morning. Cool. Thanks, Bradley Mins. This consolidation is going on for a bit longer than I want it to. Need a second bounce. Yeah. Hmm. AMD gonna hit 150 today? I fucking hope so. It looks good. Let's see if it keeps up the trend. Is this the true bottom? Nope. Triple bottom at 172. Thanks, Heller. Did you see the pickle I sent? Oh, I did. Maybe that'll turn Tesla around. How many times do you extend the triangle before you take the loss? Depends. I'm mostly trying to see where it develops support. Is it going to form like a longer consolidating wedge? Is it going to stay like at first it was in a pennant, right? And we had the pennant resistance bounce. That was looking good. Now I'm just checking the EMA 120. If we don't see this triple bottom play out to the upside, then I'm just bailing. Unless that's the turnaround. Except I'm not filling. Have you ever seen volume this low before? No, this is unusual. Astrology not working. It's fine. Is that the QQQ? Interesting. Put. AMD looking like a good day entry. Maybe. When buying options for day trading, do you immediately set the stop loss? Not always, no. That's insane. Just check out the community director of GameStop's metaverse apartment. It's bullish as fuck. I haven't seen that. What's my New Year's resolution? I don't believe in that. After GameStop, YOLO, however it plays out, I'm beginning my study into trading. What's your opinion on Anton Creel and the Institute of Trading as a learning avenue? I've never heard of it. I would suspect it's probably bullshit. Jeremy D. What next, Pickle? What do you mean? You're still adding Febs on Tuesday, and why? What do you mean, why? Am I adding them Tuesday? No, probably Wednesday or Thursday, not Tuesday. What did that result in a run on short hedge funds? It depends on. I think their reports are due today. That doesn't necessarily do anything, though. Okay, that's just a bullish reversal. Fucking son of a bitch. Now I gotta buy him over here. Just buy him for next week. Alright. What the fuck happened with XRT? Weird. Cat coming back up. fucking hate Tesla sometimes. Um, Spies coming back up. This looks kind of interesting. Oh, these are the wrong fucking candlesticks. There we go. Have you seen the Melvin Capital results? Yeah, down like 41% for the year. Oh, what pickle? Cardi VWAP, obviously. Kool-Aid disciple. Check out GME order flow in the millions. What? What are you talking about? Existential. Calling it DNUT passing $20 today. That'd be cool. Been looking at SPY 475 puts. Thoughts? Uh, I don't know. I really don't see a lot of downside for the SPY until after after SLD starts. So with the year ending, do we sacrifice a Dan or something? I mean, I guess if you want to. Happy New Year, Crawford. Third Friday, January. Cardi View up going to be extra thick. Make a whole collection. Awesome. Still trying to figure out some things. I don't understand about options. XRT 0 DTE calls today. Ask for 91.50 is 17 cents. It jumps and doesn't go below 17 until 95 strike. Why? I have no idea. Just the pricing on each strike. The bid ask spread, probably. I can't imagine XRT weeklies being super popular. Probably wide bid ask spread. Does AMD still have room, or will we be rolling out again if it doesn't pop today? I already rolled out to next week. But yeah, I think it still has room to the upside. Bought a gaggle of Dans at auction months ago, still not delivered. Think they could be in shipping container with your chair? I assume Moonwind stole them? Moonwind's stealing Dan's now? If you guys could drop a like, big help. I guess no one wants to do that today. That's fine. Whatever. Yesterday there was strong FUD posts. I wouldn't call them strong, but there were FUD posts. Are we approaching the end? Maybe. Generally, a lot of horseshit and forum sliding precedes large price moves. If you had the order flow widget, you'd be able to see the in and out flow in the millions for GME. Oh, I think I can just look at it here, right? Check out this, but this is just per brokerage. That's just like WeBull tracking their own in and out flow. How much room to grow for AMD? I mean, like long term? Tired Dan? Are you talking like years? Do you have any conservative low end guesses for what the price may run up to in January? Mm, let's see if we enter the price action above or below 200. That's going to be relevant. Is 600% gains on my XRT 118C for April a good point to sell? I mean, that's up to you, man. No, he doesn't have a mustache. He's just got like a little angry face. GME going to $100 due to a gamma squeeze, and his proof is that there are 0 institutions. Okay, bullish. Yeah. Ooh, lower lows. Jesus Christ, GME is not even trading volume today at all. This is ridiculous. When you say above or below 200, are you talking about before the final push around the 20th or the first push around the 10th? Approaching the first push around the 10th. I expect us to climb, like start climbing slowly. Max Payne's at 155 today, by the way. So yeah, I expect us to start moving up before we hit the FTD dates, like the ETF FTDs. I think weeklies are my best option. I mean, I don't particularly like weeklies as an option, but just understand the risk. What does she know? Probably that stocks are going to go up. I flipped my red and green meanings, so now green means up and green means down. It's working. GME is green on the day. Are black pools stopping GME stock growth in any way? Dark pools? They kind of prevent price discovery in the short term. I think to buy contracts next week. Do you think GME will start rising on the 5th or 6th? I think it's possible that we'll start to see some action from XRT being thresholded. Like once XRT begins the threshold process, we may start to see some like slight improvement in GameStop's price. And so I'll be buying my options on the 5th just as a safeguard against that. Sorry. Ugh. They have to deliver honor before on ETF FTDs, which means they can smooth them out over time. A bit, yeah. Although with GameStop's volume, remember, it's very hard to net out large numbers of FTDs. Maybe time to get the point across and stop calling them weeklies and start calling them lottos. Maybe people will start to get it. I mean, everyone knows how degenerate weeklies are. They are weeklies, though. Like, okay, call them lottery tickets. Zero DTEs are lottery tickets. I sold a Feb 11 160C against my Feb 18 150C for 2K premium. Then I used that 2K to roll down my 150 to 120. Even if nothing happened, there would be 4K intrinsic value. Thoughts? Okay. Or you're just selling like a naked 160? Or are you selling a covered call at 160? Because the potential losses to the upside are, you know, the bad part. You're just you're just hedging this old call. Oh, I guess you already have the other call. Mm, I mean, you're capping the potential gains, but I suppose AMD and Nvidia have product events on Tuesday. Considering calls on both for next week. Expiry thoughts. I mean, I have calls on AMD for next week already. I have 5 Jan 200 that I paid 63 at November peak. Thinking of selling for the capital loss today, holding the rest of my contracts. I think today's the last day for that. Have we ever talked about how much hyperinflation will be caused by MOASS and how much it would ruin the economy? Um, I mean, they're not printing more dollars for MOASS, right? So how is there hyperinflation? Citadel's like up this year, aren't they? I think all of their like quarterly reports have been up, Would you mind showing us Sears going up since you have the data? I don't. I don't want to open Schwab to go look at Sears. I don't care. So my $1 140 is up 3,600 on XRT. Cool. Fuck, how? That's pricing in like a huge move on XRT. What the fuck happened? Why the fuck are these up so much? Oh. Huh. Interesting. Weird IV spike on some of the strikes. Can you explain something? If you were shilling for BlackRock and they're a very big long, wouldn't you be shilling to get the price as high as possible? I don't know. I don't see XRT on Reg Show. Am I looking at something wrong? I'm not sure. Is it no longer on Reg Show? It's NASDAQ. see. XRT's still on there. Are you looking at like NASDAQs instead of like NYSE? Yeah, I just checked. But spread on GME looks like it's going to explode soon. I mean, it's only 40 cents. Link to new indicators in the chart if you want to peruse. Okay, I'll check it out. In the chat. I get goosebumps thinking about last January and the raw adrenaline pump from those days at the end of the month. The pink thing is kind of distracting. I have a feeling GameStop's not going to do very many interesting things today. I guess we're consolidating a little, but like barely. No, nothing exciting has happened at all. We haven't even traded 200K volume yet. I have no intention of exercising any calls in WeBull ever. It's the process is a nightmare. Zero DTEs are counting on you. We're all counting on you. Why do you have zero DTEs? How much money do we have to throw at you to get you in a pickle suit? You don't have enough. LIBOR to SOFR could have effects. We'll see. I feel like it's probably priced in, right? It's not like it's no one's known about it for months. Nice, visceral. How's spy looking? Choppy. Everything's kind of just looking choppy today. They had a secret meeting with all the big boys. I doubt it. Without announcement, we know moon. I think upward price action is more than sufficient to drive FOMO, with or without an announcement. Please describe the nightmare of WeBull for exercising options. That's what I use for options. Well, you have to get in touch with their customer service, and it's a big pain in the ass. Their customer service is not quick to respond. One thing I've learned from having a trading account, you always miss your limit buys by like 2 cents, and you always cost yourself by being 2 minutes too late. Step by for peak. What do I see? The return of Thickle, TM, 4K upgrade, Thirst Trap card activated, bullish. Where do you find the SLD dates? Just look it up. I think deposits go through the third Friday. So auto exercise isn't automatic if you don't have the funds to pay for the shares. That's correct. Announcement does this on autopilot. I mean, it could. It would have to be one hell of an announcement, Chester. Thanks for letting us know, Mikey. Tell me how wrong I am when I call this an inverse head and shoulders. On what time frame? Do you think AMD gave up for today? I don't know. I was thinking back in 08, they let BlackRock clean up the mess. Do you think there's a possibility that a similar thing happened with GME and Citadel? I mean, it's possible, but there's no way to prove that. That information wouldn't even be out there. Possibly. I would say that the majority of the GME short position looks to be managed or like individually managed, I would say by one entity. I don't think it's multiple entities. I think there's something suspicious going on with XRT options. They cost a lot, but are selling for next to zero at multiple strikes. Are you looking at like zero DTEs? There's some weird shit going on with the IV on them. 1 minute time frame, inverse head and shoulders with the 156 being the neckline. I don't see it. I'd say there'd be a better case for just a head and shoulders, but with this low of volume, I mean, you're not going to get any kind of accurate indicator at all. If you're thinking this, are you thinking like from here? Maybe. There's potential that one's forming, but not from here. Is there any reason why the stock market has opened today? I don't know anybody in chat. This is so weird. I think we'll hit 800K volume. I don't know. Maybe. It's a possibility. Seriously, the little green guy is intimidating. I would look at the Jan Feb options chain for XRT, and the bid ask is extremely wide. Good. Are you on top chat? Maybe. It says live. It's just like lots of new people. Happy New Year, Matt. They're trying to price retail out of XRT options, maybe, but they're being so blatant about it. Or they're just pricing in a big move. I thought this was an AMC stream. I can't see their price behind your logo. Good. I mean, with the current condition on GME, it would be probably easy for any institution to try to squeeze, yet we see nothing from any of them. Feels like they have mutual agreements. No, they have risk assessment. They just there is no reason for them to do something until there's a reason for them to do something. They don't care if we're, $10 below the bottom, if they're just going to jump into a bunch of options, right? We've discussed this a lot. Was that hit piece on SS brought up yet? We talked about it briefly. I said the market was open the 31st and the second was 2010. There's a rule that says if they run the full trading day when a recognized holiday falls on the end of period reporting day. Interesting. Is Edgar up and stuff today? What about clearing? I wonder what the effects are. Sorry, guys. I was just looking for a cult that fit my personality and lifestyle. I didn't mean to upset the balance. You're fine, dude. There's FTDs today, but very minimal. I even think they're net short, but it's like no volume. See you next year, M Dub. GameStop coming down. I need to look at the options chain today. Hold on. Let's see. No options trading either, really. I think today might just be kind of dead. Some short shares borrowed. Son of a bitch. MB Surfer, Happy New Year. Appreciate what you do. Can you play softbound background music while I'm at the gym? Thanks for a fun year. No problem, dude. I really should have some sort of background music. I was watching one of my, like, I actually watched one of my own clips the other day, and the silence is just, it's stark, you know? Like it disturbs, the silence disturbs me in the breaks. What difference will LIBOR SOFR make? I don't know. Oh, cool. Thanks, Dan, for hire. Streams of background music are awful for people listening at work. I mean, just real quiet, though. Silence is great. Okay. I'll just do a poll. false positive on content ID, which would make the stream demonetized. That's true. Just do white noise of some sort. Run the Roomba. What if you move closer to the mic so we could hear your heavy breathing? No. Yeah, like royalty-free elevator music. Play whale sounds softly in a loop. That'll just put everyone to sleep. Visceral for DJ. Okay. I mean, I always kept it silent so people could just like listen to their own music, but I wasn't sure. Fast Banana, welcome back. Thanks for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to add you. If you use lo-fi beats, I'm shooting myself in the ears. Probably not. Can you play my karaoke soundtrack CD? Talk about different scenarios on how Jan could play out.
Yo.
What do you mean?
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Like what different scenarios? Wolf of VWAP Street. A world where they don't cover FTDs? Play your old streams in the background with low volume. Then massive crime has been committed and this whole thing's fucked. Either the FTDs are going to push through a gamma ramp or they're not. It's pretty simple. If not, there's OPEC settlement in February, end of February. All right, I'm just going to keep it the way it is. Although it does seem very split. Hasn't massive crime already happened for a year, though? I don't think so. There was some massive crime in January. After that, the amount of crime committed is questionable. OPECs. Third third Friday of February, 2+2. Can I ask how you feel about the DDSS about brigading? It's horseshit. I have a loop of ASMR whispers of Brian, Dill, and Gherkin in the background. I'm just sad some dimwits are actually spreading bad vibes, trying to hide their own shortcomings and not understanding how basic options work. Yep, it was expected. Have you found many good stocks to trade accidentally when you mistype a ticker? No. I've had that happen a couple of times, though. I'm not saying there's no crimes right now in the market. I'm just saying a lot of what we're seeing on GameStop is not criminal activity. Smooth. Are you high again? Just let me know if you're high before we start this conversation. GMED. That guy made money. I put in the DMs now that my laziness faded for a couple seconds. Okay, cool. I'll check it out. I don't drink hot coffee. Hi, sorry, that information is protected by HIPAA. Why are FTDs even allowed in the first place? In the digital age and now blockchain age, there should be zero FTDs. FTD equals theft because it robs a stock of precious price discovery. More than that, you're essentially trading things that don't exist. What happens to all those December 17th, 22nd FTDs, or am I dumb? What? Those haven't happened yet. Those are those are after the 10th. What do you get the data for net short versus net long on FTDs? Stock Sarah? And it's not super accurate. It just gives an idea of where most of the FTDs are going to fall. What if it's against your religion to pay taxes? Would you still have to pay it? Yes. Jesus Christ. Unless you're a religious institution, yes. Trading things that don't exist is bad. Tell that to my Tesla calls. Are you getting blindsided with all the great DDs on SS these days? Oh boy. We're gonna close around sub 160, a big nothing burger for New Year's. I highly doubt we'll break 160 today. I kind of doubted it anyway, but above max pain would have been nice. MMs are allowed to print IOUs. You mean synthetic shares for bona fide market making? How much does how does an MM decide how much they can IOU at a price point? 100, 1K, 10K shares. It's based on their margin. They can fucking do as much as they want. Look at like Citadel's 500 billion, and they're probably leveraged at least at like 5 to 1. So several $trillion worth. If we were a cult, then we could get 501c3 status and avoid taxes. Church of VWAP pays 0 capital gains. No. Why do you need to see the fucking XRT chart? It's not doing anything. It's XRT. It's doing nothing interesting today. It's barely traded more volume than GameStop, which has traded almost no volume. DDS 360Cs were $1 on the ask? What? Where? Huh. Okay. I'll buy one. I don't care. Oh, the dividend came out today. Or yesterday? I didn't want to buy that. Shit. I occupied it. Awesome. Ah, yes. Hotkeys are the best. Well, I'm going to need to buy more now. Fucking piece of shit. Well, now I'm holding it to expiry. XR2 was added to the threshold list on the 17th. I didn't mean for any of that to happen. I didn't mean for it to happen either. But I checked the price with the hotkey and it fucking purchased it. I need to turn that off. Oh well. Two, you and the guy who told you about it. Hey, I'm up $3 now, and it's gone. Saw covered calls against it. Looks like today could be lowest volume day of the year. It's on track, yeah. How long will XRT be on the threshold list? Oh, no one knows. It could be on there for years. God, what a terrible strike, too. It's not even a good strike. It's $110 out of the money. Oh, okay. I just lost $50. Whatever. Someone bought it. It's interesting. You're welcome. Any thoughts on why we haven't seen institutions building gamma ramps and GME options lately? In August, September, there were huge gamma ramps, but we haven't seen that since. Maybe soon. There was actually a pretty big one for December 17th as well. Probably after the new year, before we start to see like institutional options interest pick up. You're pumping down. Volume's up to 5 now. Does GME announce that it has an EV and its market cap is now $3 trillion? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't want a GME 500C. Where's the bottom on this? Fucking even nothing's trading any volume today. This is boring. I should take the day off. Do it. Take the day off. Let's just all nap together. I feel like this is just a ploy to get me to do a napping stream. I don't know if I can. I'll never forget that one time you said you're going to end the stream early, and then we started ripping, and you stuck through to close. I actually had shit to do that day. If you take the day off, will the Pigeon Whale membership be prorated? Probably not. Vote should happen on the day off. You could turn today into your exit DD Q&A. I suppose. I feel like we've done exit DD Q&A so many times though. Do whatever you want. I'll hang out and meme. The whole market's trading at low volume. It's like end of year. Nothing fucking interesting is happening. No one's fucking entering any new positions until Monday. Bitcoin options expire today. I actually think I timed this fucking dip perfectly. I bought one BTC at 45. Like just under 46,000. Wouldn't your boss at BlackRock have to sign off on a day off? No. Have you got any more information on Turtford's research? Uh it's looking like the flow is indicating future FTDs. So yes. But I haven't like dug through it yet. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. Oh shit. No. Thoughts on Jan 21 150Cs for AMD? It seems like a good entry today. Jan 21 150s. Let me see. It could be a better opportunity, but it may not fail this resistance. If it holds this trend, then there may not be a better opportunity for entry. So yeah, this is a decent one. If it fails the trend, you might be able to get an entry around like 140. But it kind of just looks a bit choppy. Just noticed the Fidelity list current bid under the last price column and count positions page. No wonder it looks like I'm down so much further than I thought. Oh. Even Kenny's not shorting with full gusto. No, I didn't take the day. AMC sell-off equals GME MOASS. Not necessarily. Let's keep the lights on because the rules say the casino is open. So everyone's just going through the motions. Yeah. All right, it looks like we found some support. Dude, the OG Four Locos are insane. I remember one got you going. If you could make it two, you were gone. Great thumbnail. What's the weighting of Feb versus April calls right now? I have no idea, man. What's my weighting? I only have 10 April calls. Sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah, I only have 10 April calls. So almost 10 to 1. Could you help me with time management? How do you possibly find the time to stream, write daily, and other DD, and diabolically manipulate an entire subreddit just to sell a few covered calls? It's very difficult. I thought FTDs would be covered daily from now on to correlate with the downtrend that got us here. Did I misunderstand? No. There's FTDs being covered today, but they're minimal. The total trade volume for 11/24 was like the short versus long volume was only like 500,000 shares. So not significant. Lots of short exempt volume too, I believe. Let me double check, but 11/24, 12,000 short exempt, total volume 500,000. And then what was it here? 1.3 million. Yeah. So not significant enough. Again, the market maker fails are, first of all, relatively net even, right? Sometimes they're net short, but mostly market maker fails are going to be fairly even, right? As they remain delta neutral. So most of their FTD creation will be netted off. Nope. Because they're a market maker. Right? So they have neutral positions. It's when the ETF FTDs come in that we expect significant movement, or if the MM is significantly net short. Thanks, Dad. Sorry for making SS think you encourage CCs, even though you call me an idiot every day. It's all right. Isn't it interesting that with so much going on behind the curtains, there's literally no leaks, no spilled info? I mean, usually NDAs and, getting blackballed from future employment or blacklisted from future employment is gonna not incentivize people to leak information to strangers on the internet. If you could quickly go over why ETF and GME leaps this coming January could cause a repeat of last year, because the mounting amount of FTDs going into those leaps, many of which were bought at far lower prices than we're currently trading at, will drive more of those contracts into the money, right? Creating lots of gamma exposure. Which is then followed up by more FTDs. So it's not the leaps that cause the price action, although the delta hedging from them does. It's the FTDs that push the leaps into the money, creating gamma exposure, which can't be hedged properly, right? Because there's no liquidity in the stock. You need liquidity to hedge, and so without it, they need to hedge synthetically. Because they have to hedge, regardless of what you've read. Hedging is essential to their business. I didn't see the OpenSea news today. If MM can net settle their hedging, doesn't that mean that they don't actually have to hedge? Just that net settle based on. They can net settle a lot of the creation. but only if it's true neutral, which it's not, right? Because we've watched them experience first of all, the stock would be far more volatile if it was, and we've watched them, settle gamma exposure so many times in the past at this point, because they weren't hedging appropriately, and because their hedging is based on synthetic creation and not buying the actual underlying, the synthetic creation has to be satisfied either way. So when you're hedging with synthetics, it just creates buy pressure. Shane Marcel, thank you so much. I can't believe you actually called that Baba is going to drop today. Yeah. You're telling me hedge funds have to hedge? You read the post in the DD sub about how we're now in a gamma squeeze. Didn't he say that we're not? We were, right? Like we had that delta sensitivity spike that Yelia pointed out, right? And then they massively shorted the fucking stock going into 1217. Good evening, coffee house. Multiple times without filling it, fuckery. No, it's just that you're probably not placing an order for 100 shares, Janiski. So if you're trying to buy like a few shares of GameStop, like block orders are gonna fill before you. Like you're not gonna get best execution that way. End of year pull. We're coming back up to max pain. A little bit of volume. Myrna dead. I said it was dead earlier. Looks like it's bounced super fucking hard. It looks like it's breaking out. If it continues up, I mean, you have plenty of room to wait. Happy New Year from Asia. Thanks for all the work this year. BlackRock appreciates all of our contractors. Thank you, Cordub. I appreciate that. All I see is 100 or more going through. I can't use instant market buy price. What should I do for single shares with only limit order possible? You could just buy at the ask. Like that should probably get you a fill. There was just a block for 8 shares. Casa's not dead. 500 million floor. Okay. It's gonna be hard to do without options. Yeah, pulling up the options chain for Jan, Feb, and March is not going to give me like a good idea of how much OI there is. I mean, so you want me to take like a cursory glance? January in the money OI looks almost better than the out of the money OI. There's some decent open interest at 170, 200, 220, 230, 240, 250 is solid. 300's okay. Big gaps though. This will probably fill in more as the like after the new year, as people want to enter positions in the tax year for 2022. But the in the money OI looks fine. Feb's been picking up this whole time. Um, like there's more OI in Feb for 180, a lot more for 200. 250 looks solid. 300's okay. April, I wouldn't expect to see too much. April's actually not terrible. 250 is kind of high in April. And weeklies in between as well. For clarification, I'm stuck in Myrna, 3 extra leverage long for 1 month with down like 70% because stop did not work overnight back then. So I want to come back to be less minus. I mean, it looks like it might break out, but I mean, it's not just like it's a bio company, so it's not just going to run on sentiment. It's just going to run on announcements, right? Like there's some trading going on there, but you have to know that like the vast majority of the movement on Moderna, especially big moves, are going to be due to announcements or changes in like perception of COVID. Do you know what happened to CRTX? Uh, so CRTX has some interesting potential. I don't know if it will realize any of it, but it might. I think the options chain is kind of ridiculously stacked. Or at least January looked good. Yeah, January, April's look good. Jan 23 is not so much. July's not so interesting. But January has some interesting price action up to like the $30 range. A bounce back on this would be insane. There's also some like it's valued higher in the options chain. AMD healthy bounce. Nice. Happy New Year, Average Joe. Uh, the shills are leaking. New DD sub post talked about us being in gamma squeeze that possibly taking us downwards. The author wrote the gamma can go either way like that. Yeah. He did call it a squeeze either way, huh? I mean, gamma can go either way. I think it's likely that GME is over 10% DRS yet. Probably. Close, if not already very close. Are you going to sell your shares if we don't MOASS by the end of 2021? No. I have no reason to sell my shares. See you later, Yaga. It's a boring day. It's New Year's Eve. 369,000 volume is not an exciting early afternoon. What did I get for Christmas? Nothing. That's an interesting breakout. Turns out you're not bad. You're just fam. Okay. Are you doing a hot tub on Sunday? Or should I find a hobby? No, I'm going to do a hot tub stream Sunday. There's things to talk about for this coming week and discuss. Is it expensive to buy like a PS5 or something? How much are those? Do people know? I don't like the menu on my television and would prefer to use a PS5. $4.99. Use an old laptop. I don't like my old laptop. Get a Roku? Just buy a PS4. Gross. I'll just buy one from a scalper. Whatever. Ooh, a NVIDIA Shield. Scalpers have to make money too, all right? What's your go-to rainy day movie? Fool's Gold. Is this MOASS? I'd be surprised if it was a break of 155. Thinking of getting some more XRT on this dip. I could. I don't know if I want to. AMD's starting to come back to life a little bit. At least Caterpillar's not down today. I'm going to start to see some reversal. We'll see. The SPY doesn't look very strong. What's the VIX looking like? Fucking stagnant. Ooh. Interesting. Are Jeffries still long? I'm not sure. Can you briefly explain your response to the one comment on your daily DD? Which one? One sec. All right. Thoughts on GMG? Looks like it's consolidating. We inverse with Tesla? Tesla just. Jesus. That was a bounce. What's the actual volume? 5 million. I mean, it's like nothing's really trading any significant volume today. Why do the shills always leave when I try and make friends with them? I don't know. What value does a scalper add? I mean, they get me the thing I want when I want it, as opposed to having to wait for the retailer to furnish the item, right? Like if I had the choice between spending hours of my time trying to find a fucking like video card or just buying one from a scalper, I would just buy one from a scalper because the time is more valuable for me than the discount. Garrison Bowers, thank you for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Oh, I don't really care what Fintel says. Has their data been like super reliable this year? Illiquidity is typically a bad thing for GameStop, but yeah, because of the short interest positions in GameStop, it creates lots of synthetics, right? And the creation of these synthetics adds to our buy pressure, especially when they're created through ETFs. It also adds to our price volatility. So we're able to realize lots of price action on very, very little volume. I mean, that seems like it's an issue with them. Like scalpers are just a product of issues with manufacturers more so than anything else. The scalpers only appeal to the rich. Poor people have no choice to trade time for money. I'm aware. I understand the discrepancies that capitalism creates. Been freeloading long enough. About time you made an honest pickle out of me. Thank you, Garrison. I appreciate it, man. Are we really a cult though? Super Songs told me we are. I don't know. I don't think so. Did you just I didn't flex. I mean it's true, right? Like if you have the money but you don't have the time, I think we want to see 162 today. It's possible. I'd be That'd be interesting if we break that 160 put wall. Some of it's going to get sold off today. A lot of those puts were for today. They expire today. But I still imagine that next week they're going to try to just hold a higher wall. If DM'd on a site called Pickle Finance, what the fuck is this? Oh, this is that stupid pickle coin. There's some like old shit pickle coin. I don't think anybody actually uses it anymore. It has nothing to do with me. Do you think people can reasonably make swing plays or day trades while working a 9 to 5? Mm, Yeah, swing trades are possible, but probably over a longer time frame. It depends on how often you can check your phone at work. When they create a put wall, are they losing money or making money? Well, because they're covering FTDs under the put wall, they're really not making any money, right? So they buy out of the money puts, right? And then they short the price down. And that drives those out of the money puts into the money. But the problem is then they cover FTDs, right? While leaving those puts in place to force the market maker to hedge, right? And generally using the market maker to cap the price volatility still pushes the price back up into those puts. Right? So they're probably selling them around the price they're buying them for, but we've seen on multiple occasions in the past where buy pressure has come in unexpectedly for them and pushed us through the puts, right? Significantly. And that doesn't mean that they can't they can stop covering FTDs, right? So they still have to continue to cover FTDs. And that puts all of their put wall out of the money. And these are usually pretty expensive positions, 20, $30 million at a time. And it can just blow up in a second. It's very tight. They're already pushing the price into it themselves. And so, yeah, when that buy pressure comes in, it can just blow up their whole position. So it's high risk, but the reward is that they can stabilize the price while covering FTDs. Yeah. I don't think any institutions are going to buy in until after the new year, right? They're not going to put a 2021 position on the books for 2022. I mean, at least Max Payne came up, right? They're just playing Russian roulette then. Sort of, yeah. I think right now it's the reason it's safer than normal for them to do this is because they represent almost all of the buy and sell pressure on GameStop in a given day. And they know that, right? And so, if no one else is really coming in to buy, these put wall positions are much safer. Right? Because they can borrow some shares and then, as they approach the put wall, they can short the price back down, and then continue covering and short and cover. Right? But yeah, if any buy pressure comes in, then they just lose all of that money. So that's the risk. And they can lose it fast now too, right? Because GameStop is so illiquid that the price can run very, very quickly. Also, they have to continuously borrow short positions, and so we're starting to see a drop in the available shares, at least in the parts of the SEC lending pool where we have visibility over shares to borrow. So through Fidelity, IBKR, we've seen a steady decrease in available shares over the last month. And so when the time comes for ETF FTDs to come in and there's fewer actual borrowable shares, they won't be able to stabilize the price as well when covering those FTDs, because those FTDs represent pure buy pressure, as they're not in fact a short position. right? So they're not a true short. They're a creation and a sale. So they create a share and then sell it, and then the satisfaction of that is a purchase. So they can't net these FTDs the same way as they can with the market maker FTDs. And it's the compounding pressure of this flow of FTDs um, that eventually reaches a breaking point, like we saw last January. Even the chat's dead today. No more questions. Best PC game ever? I don't know. Let's go AMD break VWAP. Oh, is it trying? Oh, nice. This is looking better. Have your thoughts changed on Jan now that December is done? No. It's unfortunate that we got shorted so hard, but I think if the price had remained that high going into that delta sensitivity spike, they would have been in a world of shit far earlier, probably, than they were prepared to be in a world of shit. So it's unfortunate that the gamma wasn't realized, but we'll see how it goes. I would have preferred entering January, obviously, at a higher price point. What is SLD? Supplemental liquidity deposit. So next week should be mostly flat, and the price should pick up between Jan 10 to Jan 29. Best chance of MOASS in late Jan or late Feb? I think, well, that's going to depend on what price points we realize and if we maintain those price points. So hypothetically in January, if we start climbing and we hit 200 before the 10th, I don't, you know what? Let's fucking do some theoretical stuff here. Hold on. Let's play out some scenarios. All right. So BBKC actually, by the way, I don't know if you guys saw this in the daily, is uh very close to snapping shut. If we see a green day today, it likely will. Um but we may see some price improvement going into this first ETF FTD date due to the thresholding of XRT. Um, if we do, awesome, right? The closer we are to 180 before a run, the better. If we're below 200, I would say that maybe we'll run up to like 240, like high target, right? Um, but then we have another FTD date right here. I don't know how extensive this one's going to be. This is GME FTDs. But this is GME FTDs from back here where they should be fairly high. In addition to that, we have like a fairly significant number of ETF FTDs flowing from here to here. So as opposed to November, where we just had this, like November 3rd, where we just had a spike, we actually have a fairly consistent amount of ETF FTDs through this entire window. And so this should relate to more and more buy pressure as we move from here into this leap expiry. Since they've already reg showed a few ETFs and massively borrowed from a few more, it's unlikely that they're going to have a lot of firepower left in the ETFs approaching this gamma exposure date in order to dodge this wall of gamma, right? And since we already have ETFs flowing in from this massive short, it's likely that our price action will be positive moving into this, which drives more and more of these leaps into the money and also drives these leaps into the money across the ETF basket, right? Because the whole sector got shorted, right? And so more than likely we will see many of the options for January 21st be pushed into the money, which means that here on January 27th on the T+2, we should see a significant amount of exposure from that. And depending on how high we hit that exposure, this could be catalyzing. Obviously, the ETF FTDs are going to continue to flow through with more spikes here on February 3rd and February 8th. And hopefully, if the price action can remain sustained, we will just continue to head up. After February 8th, not a lot of pressure. So, this will be, if they're still able to and we haven't squeezed, this will be their best opportunity to drop the price until OPEC settlement, which will fall, I believe, on February 22nd. It's the T+2 from Feb 18. So if we're trading at a very high price going into that OPEC settlement, that OPEC settlement also provides a catalyst. If they manage to bring the price down very low, then less of a catalyst. Or this window in January, specifically from the leaps through the rest of the ETF exposure, presents a lot of potential for upside. Clip. Yeah. Just YOLO 2K instant cash into March 18th 180. Let's hope we MOASS before WeBull discovers I have $29.52 left in my checking. Oh, Jesus. Why you time me out? I didn't time you out. When did I time you out? Did Carl time you out? I would tell you if I did, Moon. It said owner of the stream times me out. Oh, it was Carl. Ban. Don't show your YouTube money. They will ban you for that. They're going to ban me for my $17 of chat revenue? What announcement is coming for AMD something next week? They're doing like a product thing or some shit. Also moving into earnings. Thanks for covering this. It's nice to revisit this due to the massive dip. I mean, the massive dip is bearish in the sense that our price point isn't what we expected it to be going into the cycle. It's bullish in the sense that it's created a lot of FTDs, which forces buy pressure through the cycle. They don't like people talking about it. That's not very transparent. What's your best prediction about GME near future fundamentally? Granted, the SI being astronomical is definitely a play, but could you elaborate on your vision for the company? Thanks. I'm hoping that we just slowly see them moving from retail storefronts into more and more of an e-commerce platform, and I'm hoping that something groundbreaking occurs with their NFT marketplace. I think it's a hard sell. I don't think a lot of the public really understands NFTs. So it'll require probably a lot of advertising and knowledge building in order to get people on board with it. But I mean, NFTs are picking up in popularity anyway. So we could see some significant price improvement from that. I think as soon as they stop investing in growth, we're going to see, far better like profit per earnings, or price per earnings. We're going to see EPS go up. Cash flow is, I think, still positive. The cash flow is great, and so as the rest of this year plays out, this coming year, I would expect to see at least some announcements from GameStop, if not a fundamental shift in their potential for profits and future profits. I think the distribution network they're setting up is going to be very, very profitable for them. OPEX, OPEX. What do you think about retail ownership in GME in light of the DRS numbers? In regards to like how much retail ownership there is? I don't think it's really hard. I think Amazon's gotten so big that it's not really hard for them to cut a piece out of that pie, right? Like, I would say people aren't very satisfied with purchasing gaming items or PC hardware from Amazon. There's scalpers, there's things are sold above MSRP. The seller customer service is questionable at best. So I think if GameStop can provide solid customer service and reliable products, like you're not going to get a hard drive box delivered to your house with nothing in it, I think that kind of thing would go a long way. Yeah, I know. They front loaded a lot of inventory, which is good. Get out ahead of the supply chain issues. I think it shows more importantly that they're just on top of things like that, right? Isn't the bull case essentially Chewy but for video games? In a way, but with the addition of the NFT marketplace on top of that, the potential is very high, right? Decentralizing the video game publishing system that's currently in place could be huge. Video games are, I think a larger industry than movies or music combined. And that market is underserved. I think what I was talking about in like my daily DD the other day is an awesome use of that NFT marketplace to use it as almost a way for gamers to fund the games they want to see developed. Almost like and I like getting in early as like an angel investor, right? Like an accredited investor. Like they could buy, a developer can release like 100,000 tokens, right, of a game they intend to develop, and people can buy these, right? And then the owners of those tokenized or split NFTs can then tokenize themselves and sell those copies or rent those copies of the game, paying a royalty up the chain, obviously, but like giving each of the initial investors like a stake of ownership in the actual game itself. It's, yeah, kind of like crowdfunding, but this would draw institutional interest, right? This would be beyond just retail. You could have people investing directly, like producers in Hollywood, you know. And this cuts out the exact publishing houses that could present GameStop trouble in rolling this out by incentivizing the developers to jump ship and leave the publishing houses and develop the games independently. It could also, and then further down the stream, have being able to have community created in-game content that can be sold as NFTs and unique items that can be released by the developers. Like the profits, not only the job generation, but the profits that can be generated off of a single game, um, could could grow exponentially. Yeah, imagine modders getting paid for their contributions to games. Thanks for the pipe dreams, Pi-Fi. I mean, the potential's there. I'm not saying that that's what they're going to do, but that's what I would think of doing. But what about big publishing houses owning lucrative IP, new IP? The publishing houses are dead without the developers. But I've known plenty of people in game development, and those relationships are not beneficial to the developers at all most of the time. Most game studios are underpaid, overworked, churning out. They go to these developers with an idea, or these publishing houses with an idea to get funded. And they get the funding, and then the publisher tells them the game they're actually going to build. Which leads to kind of the stagnation that we see in the gaming industry nowadays, where creativity is left to the side as monetization is the most important aspect of building any new video game. And so we get games that are essentially slot machines. And this is a way to keep all of that monetization in place, but cut out the publishing houses. You should start a Street Fighter tournament. I tried to do that in the past once. Yeah, and NFTs can also be used as like a new form of DRM in order to protect against copyright like infringement and like cracking of games, right? And so it cuts down on the piracy. Is there a way to hypothesize how much IV will increase going into January's price action? It's difficult. Um, you can use historic IV, but that may not necessarily track. Yeah, if they do it right, they could be worth quite a lot. I don't know if easy $100 billion company, but e-commerce and tech could add significantly to the market cap. Software engineer here, it won't cut down on piracy. Well, why is that, Jaxus? If most of if most of the content can be held like on servers instead of being like downloaded, right? And you need blockchain encryption to access that content. Won't that cut down on the piracy? Like how do you fake unique blockchain tokens? What kind of content exactly? Is it specific to one kind of content? I mean, we're talking about video games, so video games. Like, I don't know. I feel like NFT tokenization for logins is probably superior to DRM now. I'm not a fucking computer engineer, but it seems in theory like it would be. You're describing as cloud gaming, not NFT authentication. Why not both? Well, all of the copies of the game would exist as NFTs, right? Or like as tokenized versions of the NFT. So yeah, every single copy rented or sold would be unique. I don't think they're revolutionary as the wheel, but if there are ways to export these games for offline use, there would be cracking. But wouldn't the authorization check be server side? What do you want, Moon? I don't care about your cover calls. The 240 target depends on what we're trading at as we approach January 10th. Interesting. Tokenized funding idea for game development where you buy a share in a game is a super great idea. I think so. I mean, you can fund so many other things that way too, right? Can you cover all the royalties and ownership with NFTs? Maybe some sort of. Well, yeah, I mean, you could cover the royalties by having like transactionary royalties charged and moved up the chain to the developer. You could fund anything that way. Why do people think getting called away on CCs mean you can't buy their shares back? It doesn't. The issue is that it generates liquidity, right? Also, why sell CCs when you could just sell cash secured puts? You can also roll CCs and just never get assigned on them. Do you need cash to sell cash secured puts? You either need cash or margin. That gets expensive. Ah. I consider myself an amateur options trader, and these questions are 10 minutes of Google will answer 90% of them. It'd be nice to see what the feel of those videos were like. What? What's Google? I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. One sec. Happy New Year's. Thanks, man. Thanks for keeping it real with analysis on like others. That being said, this chill's filled me with Jan hopium. I'm pretty excited for January. I think even with the limited I think our illiquidity can mask that. I think the FTD fund flow looks massive. I think the potential is definitely there. Why not just sell cash at your bridge? I don't have cash or a margin account. However, I do have nearly 1,200 shares of GME to use as collateral. Fair. But doesn't that generate cash? That's right. Well, the problem with covered calls on GameStop is that they're extremely risky. Even selling out of the money, the risk is assignment on a run, and that you may not be able, like the price keeps running, and you may not be able to buy back in, so you lose a significant portion of your shareholding. I don't know why anybody would do it. The last update on Reddit says edit one. Oh, just hit the wrong key. Oh, 4. Thanks, poker. Scallop or scallop. Both are acceptable. I think scallop, if I'm referring to the shellfish. Scallop, if it's like a shape. Happy New Year, Mission Nocturna. How much do you think the large difference in underlying price will affect run up over the next month versus January 2021? That can also have a significant effect, right? Uh, but I think that effect may be more bearish, and that it's more expensive to move into positions on GameStop. Yeah, I agree. Cover calls are risky and a bearish bet. I I sold covered calls on GameStop once um in March, and that's only because I thought they were going to flash crash the price, which ended up being true. And then I spent the next 30 days just panicking that I was going to lose my entire position if it accidentally short squeezed out of the blue. I'm still in Feb calls. I will never sell CCs again. Moonwin 11/3/2021. What did New Yorker say? Scallop? That's disgusting. I'm probably going to go to sleep. How do you write a call with 6 shares? You can't. I tried selling covered. You can write poor man's covered calls, but those require margin and are risky. Yeah, you can't send links through the YouTube. Main indicator picking up on GameStop. Cool, Aaron. You can hedge covered calls with long calls. I'm aware. So I worry, Aaron, that it's not factoring in uh options flow. Right? Like if we test 155 and they buy a bunch of fucking puts, like in the money puts at like 0 DTE and the money puts at 155, isn't that going to produce like a false breakout signal? What would you use to find historic options data for GameStop? TDA, if you want to try to do it for free, and you're just looking for your own personal information. Um, they have like an AP. You can like get data from them from like their API, but it's difficult because you're like rate limited. Um, Unusual whales might have historical options data. Who else? Hmm. Koifin might, but I'm not sure. Ooh, what happened to the candles on the Pi-Fi logo? They're still there. Thanks, Mo. Breakout signals are generated from large changes in volume or price to damage previous action. So it's not predictive. RNT volume ripping. Interesting. Maybe it's time. Just see. Do you believe in New Year's? Like, what about it? That it's a new year? Yeah. Who's gonna be your New Year's kiss? No one. I don't want to kiss anybody. That's how you get germs. Hey man, big fan. You still think AMC holders should sell now? I don't care what AMC holders do. They should have sold at 70. They kind of missed the boat on that one. I hope you put New Year's party hats on your Roombas. That would require me going and getting New Year's party hats, Carl. It's gonna be me. Back off. You wish, Carl. GME holders should have sold at 350. That's up for debate. I sold at 50 something, but my friend is still in AMC. I think it's a rug pull. I think it could see a rug pull. If they're using it to hedge GME volatility and GME actually MOASs, then I'd imagine the rug pull would occur at the end of the options chain on AMC, which I think is like 145. So I think the options chain on AMC will be the cap when you'd see a rug pull. GME holders don't sell, they hold. This is historically true. Some do, most don't. Keeps our VWAP very stable. Very, very few, very, very little selling going on with GameStop. Hence our illiquidity. If you look at AMC's bid ask spread, very tight. I'm saying AMC could hit 145. But if it does, that means GME is going into the thousands and higher. The only thing is with highly volatile or liquid stocks, you get way more of those signals than with things like XRT or the SPY. Yeah. The signal popped up a few times in the last 10 minutes or so. Interesting. DDS is even probably even more illiquid than GameStop because of its super tiny float and massive institutional ownership and insider ownership. I mean, Moonwind hasn't been assigned yet, so or called away. Did you buy GME in the 300s? No. I bought some in January, like on the run. Not shares, but options. Do you own any DDS positions? Not currently. Interesting. Can you tell us what you were going through during the Jan run? I mean, in regards to what? It was fucking awesome. My super tiny GameStop position exploded in value. Frankly, I pretty much thought it was over by the time we started coming down. But I still believed in DFE's thesis that the company was significantly undervalued. So I held my shares, sold out of all my options, just like everyone else. No, I sold like all of my options. I got every last one of them. Between I unfortunately I sold a lot early. I sold like 25% of my position on the break of like 100. Um I sold a decent chunk at 200. Some I got pretty near the top. Uh a few above 400. So you caused the price drop? I didn't have that many. No, it wasn't me. It was the whole chain getting cash settled. What indicators did you use? I was using RSI and stop limits. I had some fast moving averages running. Like I was using like EMA 3, 8, and 12. No, I didn't sell any shares. I kept my shares. To be fair, the point at which I was going to sell my shares. I couldn't get into Fidelity, and so I just focused on my options. I didn't really care about the shares at that point. I was far more worried about managing my options positions. I I probably would have if, Fidelity had been up and running in the 2 hours that I was looking to sell them. Do you plan on selling on the way up? No. Nope, didn't exercise shit. Just sold it for profits. SS just wrote a whole new expertly sourced DD blaming you personally for ending MOASS because you sold your calls. I didn't know what I know now back then. No one did. I was just trading. I was doing what I do every day, right? Almost always, I rarely use moving averages. Just straight up moving average. I had AMC. I had a bunch of it. I sold it at the top. I bought back in to AMC also in February, and then I sold that at like $15. When did you repurchase the options that gave you the majority of your shares? Once we started going back under 50, before the DFE like hearing, I started buying a little bit of an options position because I thought we would get a dead cat bounce. Um, I figured the FOMO was nowhere near dead, and that there was definitely going to be some like forward gamma exposure from all of the all of the price action in January, and so I assumed that there would be a dead cat bounce. And then after DFE's congressional hearing, bought more. During the hearing, I bought more, a bunch more. I just bought back in with the profits that I'd made, and then over the next, well, let's see, then my share position I sold as covered calls at a 350 strike shortly after the earnings crash, or shortly before the earnings crash leading into it. And then I sold monthlies, 350 monthlies, and then I bought more shares down at like 150 with the credit. And that was the majority of my position. Then over the next 8 months now, 9 months, 10 months almost, I exercised out the options that I held that stayed in the money as I made profits from trading other assets. I just put those towards exercising those GameStop options. I made pretty good money on the June run. Um, I had some options on some of the spikes throughout April. Uh, was about it. I did okay on the August run, not as well as I would have wanted to, but okay. And then the November run, I just got burned on. I barely netted anything off of that, and then December nothing. How many GME shares do you hold? Enough. The massive March 10th drop, that was the futures rollover. Well, we now think it was the futures rollover. No, AMC was absolute. I didn't buy that much AMC. Where it went from 340 to 170 in 30 minutes. Yep. I sold them there because I thought, well, first of all, I thought we were going to get a turnaround, right? We didn't have a lot of volume traded above 350. And I didn't think it was going to take off beyond 350 a second time. Like if you actually look at our volume traded above 350, it's minimal to non-existent. So I saw 350 as a resistance line for a turnaround. I wasn't sure at the time if this was a dead cat bounce or if this was going to be another squeeze. And then I started seeing like large in the money puts coming in. And so I figured that they were going to try to at least hold the line here. So I sold covered calls. This is the only covered call sale ever. But I sold them right here at 350 and we turned around almost immediately. And then we didn't see those prices, and then they expired within a month of that date, so like beginning of April. But this run was pretty scary because I thought we were just gonna rip again, and I was gonna get called away. But and so that sale built probably 30% more of my current position because I bought like as low as I could on this dip here and then this one here. And that's why my cost basis is higher because I bought so many shares in like the 150 to $100 range. And mostly I was buying the dip with the credit because I was afraid that we were going to rip again and I was going to get called away. So I was just trying to rebuild that sold covered position by buying more stock. Yeah, I know. I bought calls too. I'm hoping next week will bring better pricing without bringing too much additional volatility. T Walker. So that's my hope is that as long as I'm in the rest of my position before like the 5th or 6th, then we won't see too much increase in volatility. I think once XRT starts getting like once thresholding starts on XRT, I think the volatility is going to pick up. Interestingly enough, volatility should be dropping far more than it is on GameStop, and yet they're still pricing in a significant move. If you're selling covered calls, you could buy an equivalent number of deep out of the money calls to account for the chance of MOASS. You generally would want to buy calls under your covered call strike, closer to the money. Could they be modeling delta sensitivity as the price rises as additional IV cost? Uh, like change on gamma? I mean, yeah, there's a gamma relationship there, if that's what you're asking. If you assume 37% tax rate, if you sell at 1.1 million two shares. If I had I have 160s and 180s for Jan 21. I have no intention of selling at all. If MOASS does hit, won't it be conducted through an algo process? I've been studying various indicators best used for algo trading, and the best thing I found is Chaikin. Any thoughts? I mean, there's proprietary algorithms. But yes, probably. To some extent, although I could see the DTCC shutting that off and manually trading in order to limit loss. Do you think they will try to get prices low as possible for 121 expiration? Maybe. I don't think so. I think we just have pressure until then. I think they're trying to get it so low that the price increase due to FTD buying doesn't put too many options in the money. Like if we'd stayed up at, 200, 210, that puts like a big chunk of the call chain at risk of going in the money with increased FTD buying. But down here at 150, less so. I'm gonna pick up more February calls next week. I'm looking probably like next Wednesday or Thursday. I'll probably be buying some. Stop loss hunting. I mean, it was partially, yeah, stop loss hunting, but it was also just trying to slam the price in order to prevent it from crossing that 350 threshold. I think there's a chance they run it up early in Jan and drop. Well, here's the problem with that, right? Like if we run early, hold on. If we run early, right? And they try to drop it into the exposure. The issue there, ignore the price points. This is just an example of price action. But the issue there is if they try to drop it below the gamma window here, they have to drop it into their FTD covering. Right? They're covering FTDs this entire time. So applying downward pressure to the stock is very difficult. Not to mention this run, if they do let it run, this can breed FOMO, right? And then if FOMO comes in and they're still covering FTDs this whole time,
it's more likely that we'll see a price increase, right? Not only as people buy more shares and interest picks up, but also, this price increase is going to increase the weight of delta in the chain, and so more hedging, right? So now they're going to try to short against the delta and against the FTDs that they're covering simultaneously while trying to fight against FOMO, and that kind of puts them in a similar position to the one they were in January. And if we look at it like this, as far as ETF covering goes, they've got these equivalent FTDs to cover, right? And then that's in addition to the, you know, the gamma exposure from the leaps. Do you think 350 is still danger zone for short hedge funds? I think it presents risk, yeah. I think it presents more risk of FOMO than it does margin call. The US has zero intention of paying off its national debt. Stop tracking. I think all of this price movement was ETF share creation. I don't think it's going to be exactly equivalent, but it'll be close. I mean, the majority of that price action is FTDs that they're going to have to work against covering in order to suppress price action through January. We've had a few days of significant upwards movement in the past year. Why no FOMO then? We've had FOMO. Not as much, and a little less every time. I mean, they continue to push the like mainstream narrative that the stock's dead and overvalued, right? Wasn't a fair chunk of that also put driven? A little bit of it. Yes, but I mean the market maker FTDs are also due within those time frames. The market maker FTDs have already started, but as they become more and more net short, which they do, moving towards December 17th, we will see more buy pressure from market maker FTDs as well. They did. Yeah. The fund flow is very similar last January to this January, or December to December. The volume and threshold security patterns started way before now. This is true. I don't know if GME is even going to get thresholded this year. The GME, but here's the thing: is we're already starting to see increased borrowing on GME, right? Which means that they're running out of sources for synthetics. If they're having to actually borrow the stock, that's what puts them in a dangerous position. And spiking that borrow rate is definitely an institutional signal. Can't they just short the stock $100 again anytime they want through during covering? You can't cover and short simultaneously. It makes the process exponentially more expensive. It did just cross positive. Interesting. I think if we go up any more today, if we test 160 today, we're also getting a BBKC signal. Rex 145, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I saw that Jen has like 40k call, 200k puts. I mean, 130,000 of those puts are at like 50 cents. It just turns into confirmation bias for a lot of people. Keeping it flat and boring is a better way to keep interest out than dropping the price massively or pumping it super hard.
We some GME love is not a cult, not a cult.
Creating new ETFs with GME gives short hedge funds the ability to create more synthetics. Yes. There's a process that an ETF has to go through before it's listed. You can't just create thousands of ETFs in a day. Thanks, Han. Looking at FTD pileup, there seems to be some correlation with how steep the downward price movement was in the past 2 days. Wouldn't that make Tuesday, Wednesday updates from 11:30 and 12:1? Yes, it should. We should start to see some positive movement starting next week. This week, I'd be surprised if we even close at max pain. Next week, I maybe expect to close above it. It's still hard to say because I don't know how much of an effect XRT is going to have. But I would think that next week we should start to see some positive price improvement, like over 160. But as long as they're covering these FTDs, they're going to continue to try to suppress the price with puts while they cover, right? What's the max pain for next week right now? Max pain's still at 155 for next week. 114. 155. 121. 150. Interesting. I think that's going to shift. That being said, why wait till Tuesday, Wednesday to buy more Febs? Why not Monday? I could buy them Monday too, but why not Tuesday? If we close above 152.50, it's a weekly increase. Yeah. Volume is trash. 548,000. New record low volume? Maybe. We could potentially trade 300,000 before the end of the day. Because we'll see volume come in as weeklies are closed out too. Abstain. I really think, Toilet Wine, you might be overestimating the number of people that disagree with the options like DD. Like, just because they're super vocal doesn't mean they're a majority. Even my daily posts get 80, 85% upvotes still, regardless of the naysayers. It's only 15% of those are downvoting. What do I mean half day? Like, I shut this down and do something else with my life for the next 3 hours while GME does nothing interesting. Do you know how many impressions on Reddit you get per post? They used to show it to me, but they don't anymore. Nice, Arugus. What if it moons after I leave? I'll come back. I'm not bored of streaming GME. I just know how today's gonna go. Bond market closes at 2. Could be interesting. The market doesn't close. The bond market does. Does Jimmy halt trading if you stop streaming? I don't think so. Will I be on Discord at all today? I don't know. Are you more confident in a company related catalyst after the NFT marketplace? I hope they make some sort of announcement. I mean, perfect fucking timing for one. At least for us. Thank you, Ecstasy. Do you think there's enough knowledge about Feb option purchases to allow the run to continue through Jan to prevent what happened last January? Oh, that only time will tell. Thank you, Han. It's still only 61% upvoted. I would have needed a strong majority. So it looks like I'm hanging out. I'm not actually sure if I'm still banned, Wagner, but I feel like if you post anything about GME on Wall Street Bets, it just gets deleted. Trying to remain impartial for the SEC investigation? It's possible, but unlikely. I think they just haven't done an announcement because they're not ready to. Yeah, I've seen the video about naked shorting from Wharton. Great video. I've seen it many, many times. I've also read the accompanying paper. There's a research paper that accompanies that you should read. Someone just posted a $2.6 million GME YOLO on Wall Street Bets yesterday. I know, in Robinhood, of all fucking places. Yeah, I think you could just look up that guy and ETF naked shorting. There's also that paper that I clipped that I read to Koala Hugger. Thanks, Charity Bird. Happy New Year's, man. More and more, the yes votes drop. The majority is slipping. All right, I'm hanging out till end of day. But I'm gonna get some food. I think Wall Street Bets will likely let GME post back up again in January. Let's hope so. Maybe we should combine our DDs like Captain Planet Turd. Creating the ultimate GME DD. It's hard not to buy options today for Feb. It's not easy. I just can't wait for all of this to be screen capped by some conspiracy nutcase. I know, right? They're in here, turd. They're watching us. They're watching us watch the stock do nothing. What a bunch of fucking idiots. Jesus. Try to pay off all my debt next year with our without without MOASS. What? I just paid off the last vehicle I had a note on. It was really hard not to just buy 15 18 180s. God damn it. Why are people Oh, Jan 23 950s? Jesus Christ. I mean, when we had the viewership stats, Book of MOASS had already gotten like 20 some or 2 point something odd million views. So I'm sure most on Wall Street Bets are informed of it. And then like the MOASS bingo DD was the most gilded and most platinumed DD on Reddit that day. So I'm sure people have seen it. Wall Street Bets knows about January. I'm sure they do. Can you talk more about SLD period, how it causes market volatility? Just large fund flow. Is this no longer a factor in 2022? SL providers have to meet SLO obligations daily. Interesting. I was not aware of that. I don't really follow SLD besides like trading it on like the SPY and stuff. So I did not know that they had to meet their obligations daily. I guess that'll reduce volatility then. Do you have a link to that? Gordon Ramsay mint OJ raw hot dogs that I could check out? Here, guys, look, Track Rich, obviously a Russian bot. Look, evidence of real Russian bots in the chat. Melvin Capital is negative 41% on the year. I know, I heard. It's an SEC and NSCC PDF. I was gonna be friends with the bot. I'm sorry, Carl. Web Options music video might go viral with clips of stream on it, all on beat. Where are your music makers? If someone wants to do that and send me the file, I'll upload it. That's like, I don't have time to dig through all my clips to do something like that. That sounds like a fucking. I don't even know how to edit video, let alone pull something like that off. Melvin Capital down 41%. Has everyone excited? Wait till they're down 100. Yeah, we only got 41%. There's 60 more to go. Where's the scorecard? If they're reporting higher SI on AMC than GME, it's just it's just a fucking distraction. Anything to split that interest, right? Baba looked like a good entry. Is it coming back up a little? It looks like it may have found a bottom. I don't know. Mondays can be tricky with Baba. I would probably wait until Monday. Fucking Moderna with a $10 intraday bounce. Jesus. What's TLT doing? Coming up. Holy fuck. AMD's green on the day. Rally. At least Home Depot is having a good day. Oh, cool. Thanks, Brian. Citadel's yearly performance is pretty average for previous years. I don't trust those numbers. I don't know if Citadel's lost any money yet. Besides the money they gave to Melvin and Robinhood. I think Melvin had like 13 billion going into January. Didn't they pay back the Citadel note? Knowing the amount of manipulation that we know about with GME, how do you retain confidence in any of the other stocks you trade where not as much is readily known? Oh, I don't really pay attention to that, I guess. It just doesn't matter. Limit risk. If synthetic FTDs do get internalized by another party, do T plus X periods restart? You can't internalize FTDs. Vlad is down 41% this year in Jerry Curl Activator. Bilbo, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Billionaires Country Club after the stream. FTDs that appear on the SEC report are already cleared the following day, Tupac Shakur. So if you have December 7th FTDs, then December 8th FTDs will tell you how many are cleared.
Yo.
What are the December 8th?
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no.
Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. What did they announce?
Some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Had to give up revenue shares. Oh, okay. What did AMD announce, Batbones? RT, Happy New Year's, dude. Happy New Year, Dirk. I hope you have a good one. We still got time to fuck the hedgies next year. Thanks for the infotainment, the laughs, the insults. Wouldn't be the same without you. Thanks, Angel Fire. I appreciate that, man. Five meme stocks besides GameStop headlines. AMC's debt is due in January. I wonder what happens if they lose the hedge. They're doing like a new product reveal like next week or something, but I don't know how much that's gonna affect like AMD's price right away. Update on Melvin Capital, Citadel, and Point 72, that 2.75 billion loan in your Discord DMs. Melvin Capital's been rated by Bloomberg as the worst performing hedge fund of 2021 after reporting a staggering loss of 41%. Non-controlling revenue shares in Melvin for 3 years. Well, that'll keep Melvin in business if nothing else. Interesting. Happy New Year, Segan. AMC's third highest paid employee just sold off all of her shares. Marantz Rants did a video on it. Yeah. They're scuttling the ship. They know they can't pay their debt. Thanks for streaming as much as you do. Sorry for the DRS bullies. Silly, thanks again for the knowledge. Thanks, Dead Wide Smiles. 600k volume at 130. Let's go. Yeah, this doesn't look too promising. Ooh, Spy's turning green. I was unsure of the year-end tithe percent required. Thank you for a wild ride this year. Happy New Year to all. Happy New Year to you, Lance Bass. No tithe required, guys. Like and a subscribe, more than enough. Thank you so much. On track for record low volume, but I think we have enough time to beat it. Donations absolutely not required. AMC doesn't have debt, do you? Interesting. Don't forget to squeeze a lemon with your tequila this evening. You mean a lime? You would use a lime. Why would I squeeze lemons for tequila? That's disgusting. Does this mean anything for CRTX? Cortexime in pact with Jeffries to sell up to $150 million worth of common stock. Jesus Christ. That's going to fuck the free float. That's like half their market cap. That seems shitty. Steal my end of year bonus. Happy New Year, Pickler. Thanks for everything and looking forward to seeing this Cavs next year. Interesting thoughts, JC. Where can you see Max Payne? Google Max Payne GME. Tequila Slammer Lemon Salt shot of tequila in an order I always forget. End of year low, flex on the pours. Thanks for giving us your time, knowledge, DD, and snack preferences and the laughs. I hope you get that BlackRock bonus you've been working hard for. Thank you, Sir David P. I appreciate that. GameStop has hired Kurt Burbauer to the position of Vice President of Business Development. Blockchain. Burbauer brings extensive experience scaling cryptocurrency utilization. Bullish. Bazinga just put out a shill article 60 minutes ago saying GME short interest down 5%. From where? Like, in the money puts coming in? Probably not. Options volume on GameStop today was like near nothing. Oh, big puts. Jesus. Wait, is this today? What the fuck? Like all at all of these at like 106? Look at this bullshit. Oh, these are all December 31st, but still. Yeah, they're just trying to slam it. They're trying to keep it from rising, more importantly. The negative delta on these can't be that great because they're 0 DTE. But these are all in the money. Feb 18's picking up steam at 200. So we're Feb 250s a little bit. January 950s, 23. I think that's that guy from Wall Street Bets. That's a lot of in the money puts. Yeah, they're just trying to push the price down as hard as they can. I'll probably try to get it as low as possible so they can close off the rest of their put position profitably and then let it turn. I should probably make note of that also. Yeah, they'll need to close them by end of day. They could exercise them, I'm sure. So by buying those cheap puts, right, they can push the price down away from the wall and then sell these profitably. Right? And that'll relieve the pressure and then we can come back up. I was thought about waiting for the way down or for someone to go to jail to sell. Thanks to the daily streams and unbrainwashing me. You're welcome, Satori Loves GME. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Cheers, Axe Capital. $1,000 end of day. I mean, it probably doesn't matter for Feb 18s. The theta decay between now and close is going to be little to none. RRP at 1.9. Does that mean anything to you? Not really. Seems kind of irrelevant. Completely. Today's the last day, right? It's just no sell, no sell. To what is RRP relevant then? It's just between the Fed and major lenders, primary dealers. It's just overnight. It's Maybe I missed it being asked before, but aside from modding a Dan, do you have any New Year's resolutions? I can only assume you have strong negative opinions towards them, besides modding a Dan. So they pulling out money before the crash? No, it's just overnight. The fucking Fed printed too much money. Liquidity's through the roof. It helps keep inflation down. RIP was used before. It's always been used. It's being used more now because there's far more liquidity in the markets. Snail crawl stock for months. Are you talking about GameStop? Do you do you have another stock that's fucking like gone up 100% in one day, 7 times throughout the year? There's no liquidity in GME. What about a Matt? Why are people into this? The stock's such a piece of shit. It's a massive, massive head and shoulders or Wyckoff distribution. This doesn't look bullish at all. I will repeat, the shorts are not always wrong. It's just cheap crap. That's the only reason people buy it. If they turn around and do something important, then pay attention. That's up to you, man. But we might start moving up next week. XRT starts getting thresholded on Wednesday. Wade keeps pumping that stock on his channel. Wait, Houston? Oh, whatever. What do you think of Feb 350s at C95? Happy New Year's, bud. It's pretty cheap. I'm gonna buy some next week. Evergrande is at $20 now, or 20 cents. That's like going long on P-Ton. Eh, I'm not a fan. Don't forget they kill babies. XRT threshold Wednesday means Monday, Tuesday are unknown. Yeah. Although the net short on market maker FTD should be picking up. There is no use for the RRP data. People just talk about it a lot. He doesn't pump it. Okay. I mean, I don't know either way. You recommend an order book to use during the squeeze? Cost? Oh shit. What's that one turd? I can't remember the name of it. I'm never gonna make you a mod, Dan for hire. If I was gonna mod a Dan, you wouldn't even be near the top of the Dans that would be getting modded. I mean, you're up there, but like, there's Dans ahead of you. There's Elder Dans. So I'm trying to leapfrog the Elder Dans. You just became a Dan like a few weeks ago. You weren't born a Dan. Thanks for not modding Dans or modding me. You're the best. Thanks, JC. Would 950 still be a good play? They're like $8 each now. I don't like them. Ouch. Just to let you know that Dan's had a vote and I was unanimously elected. I don't care about the democratic process of the Dans. If the Dans are infighting, what hopes do we have? I'm loaded to the teeth of Fabs, but don't understand the lingo. Jesus Christ. How many days behind the dumpster count as a vote? I don't know. That's between the Dans. I don't know who they allow to vote or how that works. If you don't mod a Dan, I'll sell my Philadelphia home and then you'll have nowhere to live. I don't live with you, Dan Almighty, or your Philadelphia wife. Democrats need an ETF. I think they just trade in bull mayo primarily. Did you see my message? I'm trying to be vulnerable here. What did you say? A smaller viewership on slow days reminds me of the start of your stream. It brings a tear to my eye. We've come a long way. Tell the people the truth about our living arrangements. I will not. Satori loves GME. Thank you for becoming a Cornishon.
Cornishon. Cornishon. Cornishon.
Calling all Dans, clearly there's an outrageous amount of bias, favoritism, and anti-Danism on Gherkin's YouTube stream. I saw everyone cast their vote to nominate me, Dan for hire, to be the next and first Dan mod for Gherk. Please cast your vote by issuing a thumbs up as a vote for yes, and if you disagree with my position as a mod, please vote with a thumbs down. If there are any other Dan runners who wish to run the race against me, please comment below. I'm more than open to an honest and diplomatic process behind the Wendy's dumpster. Clearly, this will be a BYOL, bring your own lube event. Nope. burn them all. It might be time, Carl. Maybe the Dans are what's been holding back the MOASS. Maybe we should have eschewed their existence from the beginning. Have you dug into the data about membership growth declines since you locked away Guybrush? I haven't. Have you considered modding a Jeff? I've never considered modding anybody that's asked to be a mod besides Carl. And that was because Carl presented the ideal picture of the pigeon whale class that we really wanted to cement. What's up, bitches? Dan's aren't asking, we're demanding. Is calling out all the DRS bullies and telling them to F off and leave people alone. I like Butt Farm 69. He's a cool guy. Good. They should fucking leave people alone. The 6 of them that post nonstop in my daily thread should be banned for fucking harassment at this point. No, not anymore. Carl's the only person that was able to cement his way into modship that way. Now alcoholism will just get you a diseased liver. How can you not trust anyone who goes by Butt Farm 69? You know he's your people. Exactly. How could I not be an OG with a name like Gherkin it? Like, I hope you guys realize that my screw name is a masturbatory euphemism for playing with your pickle. This was not accidental. Oh, gee. Holy shit, it is. I thought it was about eating healthy. I mean, if that's what you're into. Because the holiday is on Saturday. All right, I'll be right back. I know you didn't. Do you think after most they'll show us a detailed report on SI and shorted shares? Fuck no. All right, I'll be right back. Wasn't sneaky. I had to go heat up my pepperoni pizza from Prince Street Pizza. It's amazing. I'm gonna show you guys a picture of it. It looks like this. Yeah, of course I know Lita. I'm gonna eat it shortly. You looked greasy and disgusting. Stop tracking. No, not the best pizza slice in New York, but good. Tasty. Ugh. Who said I was uptown? I thought this was a Christian friendly GME stream. Sure. See, I don't like Joe's Pizza at all. My current favorite pizzerias in New York, and in order, are Joe's at West Fourth. I know which one you're talking about. I've only ever eaten Sabaros once in my life, and it was disgusting. Oh, it's already got chili on it. It's spicy. It's got like a arrabbiata sauce. So it puts on Domino's? Always. $1 pizza in Times Square. My favorite pizza place from when I was little was Ray's, like the original Ray's down on it's like West 11th, but they closed some years ago. I am part Italian. Yeah. I remember original Ray's. I grew up on Ninth. That place was so fucking good. It's sad. The city's lost so much of its good food. Those aren't real. Those are just imitations. Still have hope for that AMD call for next week. I'm hanging in there. It's not looking great. Oof. What's max paying? Hmm. They're just buying zero DT and the money puts right now. Also, this isn't really like an impressive amount of shorting power. We don't even have a million volume. This is just zero DT in the money puts, driving the price down into the end of the day. Jesus Christ, it looks freezing cold there. Thank you, Trina. I saw it. It looks very cold. Yep, I see AMD Max fan. Paula. I'm Italian too. Cool. No, today's not a half day. I don't think. There's no time off. The only pizza in New York City was Little Italy pizza because it was cheap and I was wasted. I can't even remember if it was good, but they had $1 slices and we ate an XL pie. It probably wasn't if they had dollar slices. Although that depends on how long ago it was. If it's Christian friendly, what's your favorite hymn? Uh, um, uh, something lambs. I don't. Morning, golden skies, something like that. What's wrong with Betty White? Betty White's amazing. Happy New Year. I have a feeling next year is going to be amazing. Thanks, Hedgies, for dragging this out and giving me a tax break. The ball is about to drop on the shorts. Thank you so much, Tanksimus. I sent you a Catholic hymn a while ago. This one's definitely your favorite. Hmm. Did you? Betty White is dead? That's sad. She's not even going to live to see MOASS? I'm going to go get my pizza. Valerm09. Holy shit. Happy New Year's, man. I appreciate your concern for your followers and all the extra hours you put in for streaming and Pickles Picks. Thanks for stepping up for us. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. That was very nice of you. Thank you so much. As he Googles hymn names, this man is a pretender. I have a question. Can you trade the stock market as a Christian? Is that allowed? Like, Satan's got horns, so he seems pretty bullish. Let's mock other people because they are religious. Okay. Guys, look at this pizza. Wait. Have I not done that yet? Is that why I still have subscribers? Oh, let's not mock them. I see. Was that a Sicilian? I'm pretty sure ASMR is one of the tags. Holy shit, that's spicy. Ah. I should not have put that extra pepper on there. Okay. I think we can be considered a religion at this point. We have our own chant, a leader, and the dance of degenerate fallen saints. Interesting. Join the stream for Pi-Fi Mukbang. Yas. I am tempted by the price, but I will resist temptation for tax purposes. See you bright and early next year, long dancing. What are you drinking? Cherry cola. See you later, Rye Bread. Why does IBKR liquidate my 0 DTs like 2 hours before close? You can call them and tell them to stop doing that. It's not Kirkland brand. Stream schedule for this weekend? Sunday, 12 p.m. Eastern. My Feb 18 calls are down 70%. Sounds like they can only go up. I think I have more upvotes on the stream than we currently have viewers. I sold 175 strike CCs for next week. How dumb am I? Time will tell. Am I eating the rich? Huh. You know, I've never been to Maine. I've heard good things. Oh, that's not sauce. That's just grease from the pepperoni. We heard Betty White dead at 99 on New Year's Eve. Was she actually dead this time, though? Is it official? So this pizza actually has cheese. I believe the cheese is under the sauce. I can't fully agree with that. How the fuck do you get caramelization when it's under the sauce? Pre-baking. I mean, on this particular pizza, there was a thin layer of sauce below the cheese, and then more sauce spooned on top after a short pre-baking process. Holy fuck. That was spicy. I'm all like hot, chili, sweaty now. Fuck you, Randy. Don't tell me what to do. Dude, nice. So MOASS? What about it? Is lobster not kosher? That kind of makes sense. It's like a bug. Like a flightless insect. I hope you do too, Bob. I hope we both become billionaires. Are these the ripples you see about a fake MOASS in January because they turned off the buy button? I don't know. I ate lobster last night. It was delicious. Can you just tell us how to get the order book to show up? I have no idea. It's just there. Click that little button there. How do you noodle for lobster? Aren't they real deep? I'm not gonna eat any bear. Bear meat smells weird and it's greasy. Something about saying inshore lobster sounds just dirty. Like it would taste like mud, like catfish. GME and AMD racing to get to the floor first. Someone else trying to discredit my plays. You know, I don't love crab. It's okay. It's not my favorite. That sweetness to crab meat just fucking disgusts me. See you later, Dominic Joseph. Crab cakes are fine. The crab in other things, sure. Crab meat is not the best meat. Trash Dan. I see people falling into what I call SI traps, where people become bag holders. Is there anything you can do to explain to people how to analyze SI, strengths, positioning of SI, HTB, etc.? Oh, you mean get people not to buy into stocks with high SI? I mean, you have to have an understanding fundamental evaluation of the like company. You have to it has to have like long-term value because it has to be able to beat out the shorts. Hopefully 2022 is the year this finally returns into a cooking channel. Happy New Year's, everyone. Happy New Year's, YMA. Owl meat is the best meat in my opinion. There just isn't a lot of it on a single bird. They have a surprising amount of feathers. Huh. See you later, Digital Good Time. I never shared my eggplant parm recipe. Can you do a collab with Betty White? Not anymore. Is in the money puts, i.e., they finished covering. I think they're trying to just slam the price into close. Then SI disappears with 0 price movement, and they become bag holders. Interesting. That sounds like pump and dump and illegal. I wonder where Meat Kevin's getting his picks. I'd imagine wherever he gets his meat. Sous vide Wagyu ribeye torch sear. Oh, that sounds nice. You guys want a great Brussels sprout recipe? Yeah. All right. So take 1 pound, well, 2 pounds. 2 pounds Brussels sprouts. Washed and halved. And then 2 tablespoons olive oil. Tossed. Four ounces guancale. Three tablespoons soy sauce. One tablespoon mirin. Salt and pepper to taste. Squeeze of yuzu. And then you bake. 425. Yeah. Too many stocks. Flip it. Is there an exit strategy to consuming it? I wouldn't sub wine for mirin. Maybe a sherry. A sherry would work if it was sweet enough. Kirk transitions to cooking channel after being ousted as a shill. Shift search, Ariel. It always has been a cooking channel. Exactly. You could probably use like sake or vermouth with honey, but I don't like honey on Brussels sprouts. I find it to be cloying. You can use lemon. Citron would be better to replace yuzu. Or I guess you could just replace all of that with like over the counter like ponzu sauce. Yeah, same thing for maple syrup. Do you like hibachi? Yeah. It's got guancale, not bacon. God damn it. Ausnadian. Try to put fucking bacon bits in my awesome recipe. Can we get a Persian Brussels sprout recipe? Yeah, Brussels sprouts, olive oil, sumac. That probably works. Guancale is not a made up word. It's like cured pork cheek. It's very fatty and rich. Yeah, pancetta works, or if you can get thickly cut prosciutto, that also works.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Ryan Cohen's in the chat, and I don't think he'd appreciate you speaking to him that way, Randy Pineda. Are we gonna trade a milli shares today? Maybe. Thickly cut prosciutto equals bologna. Happy final power hour of 2021, everyone. That's on Jan 23. Kool-Aid disciple, since you are in fact a Kool-Aid man, how do you devour food? Do you just toss it in the top of your pitcher and wait for it to dissolve like a pitcher plant? Or does your mouth work for eating things? Because I always assumed the mouth was kind of drawn on and it moved, but there was no depth to it, you know? It must frustrate the conspiracy theorists to no end that Vlad and I never texted or met each other, but I must say kudos to Vlad and his team at Robinhood for their remarkable success story. Look at AMD on the 5-minute. What am I looking for? Looks like shit. I am Irish and Italian as well, from Boston, where this combination is a recognized gender. But a true Italian knows guanciale is pronounced guanciale. Please do our mutual greaseball heritage right, paisano. Ugh. Guanciale? That's terrible. Ghost of Dan. Mouth only? Oh, yes. Could there be insufficient buy pressure from FTDs for significant price action in the Jan period per Reddit post? What Reddit post? The ETF flow would indicate otherwise. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Kool-Aid disciple. So no chewing per se, but more of like just turning your food into a slurry and letting it dissolve. So the red is in fact not cherry, but blood. That's a really much more disturbing visual for the Kool-Aid man. Switch to 1 minute. Oh. Where do you find the clips? In the playlists. Yeah, GME FTDs are fairly insignificant. But that's because they're not borrowing our stock, contrary to some people's beliefs. Guanciale. I wish we could pick up DFV already. IRNT's coming up. Ooh, XRT is doing a thing. AMC doing nothing, interestingly enough. For January 2022, could you reach out to DFE and do a collab? Yeah, that's not going to probably happen. The mouth is only used to say, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Love you, bro. Thank you for everything you taught me this year. I wish you the best in life today and forever. Well, thank you so much, Bart Star. That's very kind of you. We're having a good time today. We are. Thanks, Enric me. It's all over, guys. 2021 is over. Thank fucking God. Oh, yeah. What's up, Kool-Aid man? Guys, I've been getting reports that you've been running around Reddit downvoting things. Don't do that. You know what? The Kool-Aid men are as much a part of this community as the rest of us. I think their right to up or downvote things should be equally respected. Thanks, huge Steve. I appreciate it. I may not be your real dad, Peeler, but I am fucking your mom. So is everyone else. Well played. GME IV is under 100%. Is that normal? Yeah, it happens. Joe Rogan's dead too. I saw you featured her on your OnlyFans the other day. Happy New Year's Eve. Been away for the last couple of months, couple of weeks for the holidays. Thank you for doing what you do and providing such invaluable info to the pickle community. Much love to you and your family. Thank you, Tropical Thundersplash. You as well, man. Cheers to you, board gamer. Yeah. Massive bull flag on 4-hour time frame for Tesla. Also reports of China delivery beating estimates by a big margin. Monday super rip? Maybe. Let's look back at the year in review. Gary Gensler didn't save us. NSCC didn't save us. Quad witching, the runic glory, and all the hexes couldn't do it. What will 2022 bring? We'll see. Happy New Year, Horace Looper Dan. Thanks, huge Steve. Rich, hope it's a better one for all in 2022. Thank you so much, man. Chicken tender daddy. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Birthday, Garrick. Thanks for all you do. I hope you never die. Thanks, Chicken Tender Daddy. Me too. I like being alive. It's cool. Would that be so low? Would it be better to buy options today or next week? Up to you, man. It doesn't really matter. I did. I saw the nature picture that you sent. It looked snowy. Top that, you simps. GME coming back up or puts being closed? Any salmon recipes? It's not my favorite fish. I know everyone loves salmon. Poached with cream and some fresh thyme. Thyme? No. Sage. Sage. Yep, that sounds tasty. Black pepper. Seared with Grand Marnier Beurre Blanc. That could be pretty good too. No, sage, not thyme. Sage. With butter, dill, and thyme. Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it. Where's your year-end highlight reel? Your picks going into 2022. Your bloopers reel. Aftermarket closer during the New Year's Eve stream tonight. What New Year's Eve stream? Interesting. Wait, no New Year's Eve stream? I don't know. I'll decide later today. But Dad, you promised. I didn't promise. I said I would take it under consideration. And then I said, all right, I'll do it. And then I backed out. Thoughts on a possible Nintendo NES? What's NES? I don't see it. It's like a fracking company? Maybe. Zoom out, merger at 165 per share, but shorts are underwater. I just don't like it. I don't want to be involved in it. Free float, 8.7 million shares. Merger incoming? Who's getting delisted though? Them or someone else? Does it have options? No options? Uh they're being acquired by WTTR. Okay, that's a little more interesting. What's the short interest? Reported SI. Taco. Oh, that's right. See, the problem I have with that is that the rug pull could be very quick. Unless they're insiders. Those two guys are insiders, though. Interesting. Do they have standing orders to sell any of their shares? If you ignore me 30 to 50 more times, I'm going to unsub. Okay. What did you say? Betty White death bullish? I don't think she was short GameStop. Dennis Dan. Thank you for all the education, entertainment, and most importantly, recipes you shared with the community this year. And while I love that you stream every day, here's to hoping that 2022 brings a positive conclusion to this GME saga. As DFU would say, cheers, everybody. Thank you so much, Dennis Dan. I appreciate that, man. That was what was so interesting for me for Spurt initially, was that none of the insiders had standing orders to sell. And one of them had actually bought more, which was bullish as fuck. Just look through their Edgar filings, Greg W. Thank you. I needed that dopamine. There's some more for you. Tanksimus. Cheers, dude. Good time to buy more options then, guys. Not yet. Or maybe. Who the fuck knows? Trying to time the bottom's impossible. It's low, it's cheap. Buy them whenever you want. Or don't buy them at all. It's up to you. Valuation's 165 a share. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Don't even fucking start right now, Chicken Tender Daddy. Oh god, I have no idea how to do that. It's like you think I'm smart or something. You flatter me. Well then why are you bringing up squeeze plays? God damn it, Greg W. If you want to start talking squeeze plays and you're going to get me interested, then let's start talking squeeze plays. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Google it and fake it till you make it. Spy end of year rip incoming? Who knows? GameStop moving up ever so slightly. Our short squeeze, aka our pump and dump. That green was my 5 contracts. Probably. Welcome back, DV. Dime, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club. I can't believe Average Joe hasn't compiled something awesome for New Year's for us. You think TMZ killed Betty White? Kool-Aid Disciple?
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME.
Need an upper body massage? Probably.
Not a cult.
We'll save it for the Fridays later, Smokes Fox. DDS continues to buy back shares. Have you studied any comparable historical examples, excluding GME? Maybe it's almost comparable to like Piggly Wiggly, right? Just join the Discord via the link below, wait 10 minutes, and then DM me. Dime. We do have a special tune for Pigeon Whales. You've never seen one? Subscribe? How long have you been here? I never got all the cultural worship of her. I mean, she was old and pretty funny. She's like a funny actress. I think we were a week early on our incredibly well thought out DDS position. Probably. Are you going to wish me a happy new year, or are you going to make me ask for it? I'm going to make you ask for it, Dr. K. Go on. Samuel, thank you for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club. Thank you for the membership. And Happy New Year. To you, not Dr. K. Only for like 3 months. Maybe Europe or working late hours, GMT. So, just bad luck. Oh, okay. Well, they exist. They have songs. Unfortunately, those songs demonetize the stream. So that's a thing. I missed a Ko-Fi. Oh,
We're
no.
not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Maximus Dilius Meridius, aka Boofus Wainwright. Thank you for all the life lessons in mastication, masturbation, alliteration, arbitration, obfuscation, degeneration, and motivation. Bulmeo, confiscation, and air fryers this year. Happy New Year. Praise VWAP. And praise be to you too. Maximus Dilymus Meridius. May your New Year's average be much higher than your last year's. We still have Jack White, so it's okay. Uh, how strange is it that you need us bots to ask you to wish us Happy New Year, but you will please grace me with your New Year's blessing? Not a cult. A blessing upon you, Dr. K. May your hamburger pies not give your family COVID this year. If you're actually curious, I expect price movement on DDS either on or a little after Jan 3rd based on my nonsensical indicator. My nonsensicator? I expect it a little beyond that, but yeah, it's pretty close. I like it. I'm not ignoring you, Iron Archer. Don't be that way. Smox Fox with extra teeth. One G2G, but I just want to. Oh, I have to go. Okay. But I just want to see it's been an absolute blast. And the real mass was the community that we've built along the way. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, JC. Delicious. Excellent name. Welcome to Long Johnson. Thank you so much. Just a lurker, Dillionaire, but I wanted to wish you a happy, healthy, and prosperous 2022. Thank you for your education, support, and calming influence this year. You're welcome. Thank you, Cat F. Thanks for all you do for the community. Have a happy and safe New Year. Thank you, AL. I appreciate it, man. Dr. K. I wish a happy New Year's all over your face and in your eyes. Thanks for streaming the last 2 years of the GME saga. Here's to another year. And happy New Year's to all of the chat. May the dens be forever an option. You're so close, Dr. K. You just gotta raise the bar a notch, and you too could be a Dan. Thoughts on the new reverse repo high today? It matters about as much as reverse repo has mattered previous to today, which is not at all. Nope, I meant raise the bar a notch, board gamer. Maybe someday I'll figure out the Discord. Cat F, it's so simple. You just click on it and join. Thank you, Kirsten Bischoff of the Bischoff Cookie Fortune. I appreciate it. Thank you for being a pigeon whale. Biscoff. Your cookie butter is the best cookie butter. So Also, Grizz Murgatroyd. Has there ever been a scenario in the stock market history where ETF leaps and the company's stock leaps gave both sides of the price action no benefit of the price ripping up or down? In essence, a stalemate. I hope this makes sense. I'm still learning. Happy New Year. Acting as like a counterbalance to one another? I don't know. Probably. Except it shouldn't work that way. At least not with the exercising of year-long ETF leaps. I never thought I'd say that, but I'm trying to hit on him, and if he joins the Dans, then it's Dancest. You're from Oklahoma. What are you worried about? You, Dr. K, or Dr. Dank, you know, if he becomes a Dan. That would be his Dan name, I assume. And your cousins can all Dancest together. Your hot cousins, right? DKS forming an inverse head and shoulders? Or just bullish as fuck? I don't know. Me too, Big Dilly style. What an epic end for December. Pigeon teeth for MOASS fact and also typo. Yeah. Danception. All penny stocks have crazy volume and price activity taking off Friday. Interesting. Thank you for all you've contributed. Thank you, Batbones. I appreciate that, man. I just really like anyone that can channel that much salt into one Ko-Fi. Hey, Greg, what if we kissed underneath our minimal intraday volume? Blushes, uwu. Thank you, Sean Daniels, rehypothecated pigeon whale. What's max pay? 155? Thank you for the year of edutainment. Most addicting Netflix series I've binged so far. Thank you, Red Ranger. End of year price prediction? 150. Up 1,000% from last year. Cardinal of Pickles put their pickle in my jar. Thank you for all you've done for Stefan this year. Requeue for you. Check pigeon whales. I'll check it later in my private time. President Darth Dan, but thank you so much. Requeue to you, sir. Requeue to you, sir. Requeue. Swing failure pattern. Timed low almost perfectly today. Congratulations, Stefan S. Look how far you've come. Look at us, everybody. Look at us. Cheers for not being a YouTube tool. I try not to. And well done for weathering the storm of diarrhea from the naysayers. We're nearly there, probably. If not MOASS today, there's always tomorrow. Jeff the Privileged, you're not getting any more money from me until next year. Happy New Year's, Garrick. Have a good one, and thanks for everything. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. If two Dans actually bred, it would be an immaculate Danception. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, guys. Feel my shirt? That's not how I read that initially. Is there any reason large institutions entering a bullish GME position would want to do it so discreetly, i.e. small orders over several weeks? Yes. Thank you for an amazing year. Love you, Dad. Not your father, but I appreciate it, Sean Daniels. Thank you, guys. JPAS Money Printer. I hope you've had a great year. We've both been working hard, but I have a feeling we're both just warming up. 2022, here we come. Burr. Happy New Year's, Greg. Thank you, Mike D. You might want to check your P.O. box. I sent you some sushi and toast. I sent it to your Midwest one. Thank you, and have a happy New Year's. Thank you, Pigeon Teeth from OS. Happy New Year's to you as well. Hope to be able to do some more crypto coke with you next year. It's been a fun ride, and I'll try to play options less like a DGen this year. Thanks for the amazing year. Thank you, Cool Daddy. Dr. Dank, I have ascended here at the end of the year. It has become a thing. Dancest is now on the table. The Dans will start to produce offspring. The world is ending. Silent Lurker, thank you so much. Dancest 2022. The world is ending. Betty White noped out. Such a sad day. It is. Bazinga reporting GME short interest down 5%. Must be true if they are reporting it. They've never lied to us in the past, right? Bazinga, always a source of phenomenal market information. Sometimes 30 minutes in advance. Was that Market Watch? Thank you for all the insight. I recently moved across country and streamed you in the Penske truck every day. Here's to MOASS in 2022. Thank you, less is more. I wish you, mods, Dans, and the rest of the Pickle family a happy MOASS year. Thank you, Mohammed GME. VWAP. I'm not trying to tow a koala line, but I just can't imagine 1.9 reverse repo record. Liquidity pumps by the Fed these past years and inflation don't have some correlation to the wider market. They absolutely do. They're just not very relevant for GameStop. Of course, all-time liquidity in the markets and a massive effort to reduce active inflation is signaling for the wider market, but that doesn't mean its correlation for with GameStop is significant. Did the Eels get enough charge for 2022? I hope so. Thanks, Mac Dritz. Just. Laura's 40th is tonight at midnight. Any chance I could get a happy birthday for her? Happy birthday, Best Little Studios wife. 40 years, and you fucking outlived Betty White. Look at you go. Is it too soon? That might have been too soon. I know. I'm bad at reading the room. Not too soon at all. Spy rug pull? Yeah, but how much can they really sell before the year ends, right? Wait, was that Kindle 1.5 million volume? God damn. Koala Hugger, sorry for being such a dick cheese this year. I love you, man. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Koala Hugger. Go gadget rug pull. When can I start making demands for my 250K subscription? As soon as it clears. And then we'll talk. Happy New Year, Queen of Bear. Can we get an end of year in memoriam for all the people we lost this year? I don't know, like a slideshow. So I'm trying to drag down the party. Next time you listen to Nin Closer, replace "I want to fuck you like an animal" with "Danimal." You can't unhear it. Interesting. We did lose Freg this year. Maybe I'll take a moment of silence for Freg. Starting now. And now it's over. Gurk, see you next year. Thanks, Lugs. See you next year, man. Things we lost this year. Frag. 41% of Melvin Capital's earnings. No net assets. And according to Bazinga, 5% of GameStop's SI. Leaving us only 59% more to go on Melvin. And 221% left to go on GameStop. Members only stream this weekend? Of course. Why is Thickle's bulge so small? No genitalia. He's a pickle. Freg burned alive in a dumpster. I have photo evidence. God damn it. I don't want to see it. I'm not ready. I joined the cult too late. Who is Freg? You don't deserve to know. Shut up, Danistan. Jen will travel after MOASS. Travel a lot after MOASS. Is it weird that I love when you cue? My fiance and I thank you for all your hard work and the laughs. Thanks for keeping us company on this journey. Happy New Year. To you too. Spy dumping like a motherfucker. It's okay. It's got dumps like a truck. What? Thank you for being a person who's continually been there for us. We needed a person that is so much like a person. You're welcome. That's the highest honor I could achieve as a computer fabricated artificial intelligence designed by BlackRock. I have realized my purpose and now may go. My share average is $225 out of the money. GME. You make it better being with us all year. Thanks, Aaron. As your viewers are low today, can you grace us with a demonetizing song? I could. Happy New Year, Ecstasy. $148.25. They couldn't have given us $150. Bastards.
This is CEO of AMC, Adam Aaron. And when I'm not stealing money from poor people, my stockholders, or enjoying the money I stole, I'm listening to Christmas music while I count my $20 million bonus. I wrote this song. I hope you like it.
Let's demonetize this bitch.
AMC.
Happy New Year, Dilly Dillerson.
AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. And Adam Aaron is a big fat slug.
Tom, Lax Flex of the Year. Ding ding, right at Market Bell. Thank you for everything you've done for us. Although I lost lots of money, I shall stop gambling next year. May MOASS trigger so we can enjoy the rest of our lives wealthy, not rich. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Tom. Guys, thank you all so much for being here all year. It's been a huge blast. And I can't wait to get started next year on Monday. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for hanging out. Have a lovely night and a happy new year.
Take all your hard-earned money. He wants to take all your hard-earned money. He wants to take all your hard-earned money, then bankrupt all your stock. AMC's a dud.
Thanks, Alethea.
AMC's a dud. AMC's a dud, and you're gonna beg holding till it's done. AMC's a dud. AMC's a dud. AMC's a dud, and you're gonna beg holding till it's done. I'd love to wish you a happy MOASS. I'd love to wish you a happy MOASS. I'd love to wish you a happy MOASS, but you picked the wrong stock. I'd love to wish you a happy MOASS. I'd love to wish you a happy MOASS. I'd love to wish you a happy MOASS, but you picked the wrong stock. AMC's a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC's a dud. And Adam Aaron is a big fat slug. AMC's a dud.
I'm not saying anything we don't know already, right?
AMC's a dud. And Adam
P-dubs are special for
Aaron
you.
is a big fat.
P-dubs, this one's for you. Fours, just shut up and listen.
It's not our fault, I swear to God. We just like chance and hate pores. It's not our fault, I swear to God. We just like chance and hate pores. Pigeon and whales are better than you. Pigeon and whales are better. Pigeon and whales are better than you. Pigeon and whales are better.
advisor. Frigulon.